Need some more oxygen not included. Now, as you can hear from the music, this is not the regular music you get in the game, but that's mostly because I was just messing around a bit in the menu and I found the blueprints area. I haven't really looked at this before. I knew that I've gotten some of these before, but now I see that there are a ton different blueprints I could get. Now, of course, a lot of these are quite basic, just color, but I want the puffed bed, but it's loyalty quality, so I guess that means it's a low chance I'll get it. And I have apparently duplicates of some, so maybe later I'll figure out if there's a way to trade or scrap them for parts, we'll see. Now, of course, we'll be continuing on the Paradise in Hell save. And we will attempt to... Well, the first step will be to finish off the food storage. Not entirely certain that what we're missing out on there. Let's take a quick look around before we start the time. Yeah, the system was essentially just that once this area is cool enough, it opens the door. And then this area has to fill up with hydrogen, which I was going to get from here. And just bring it down in canisters to fill this area. And also plant. So now the question was, how many of these resword seeds did I actually have on standby? I don't think there's any spare seeds down here. There's these two, but for now I'm going to need them to keep this area cool. In this more or less destabilized, or this more or less stabilized, I should say, because that's what we tried to do. There is a seed here, but getting in there is going to be difficult without unsealing the area. Now I think I'm going to just add another layer of insulation just to be safe. And that's also I also want to start using the geysers that are around, meaning that I'm going to have to unearth one of them. I don't think I've dug up any of them yet. And the saltwater geyser here, due to its high heat, I'm not going to bother. Just simple as this. Oh yeah, there's this area as well. I forgot there was actually quite a lot of ice pockets in the area I've explored so far. Unfortunately, all of them were ruptured, which is quite annoying. A molten larva egg. Now that's fancy. If we can catch that for later, we might be able to set up a petroleum production. Now, waiting on the gold amalgam delivery. probably taking it from the bottom, so it'll take some time. Also, I hope I find a chlorine geyser at some point. Part of the systems I want to create will require one of those. It's good that you're... So what again? Well, it's not the time to work on the treadmill. You have yet to create the constructions you actually need the power for. So I had to do that first, and then you can power up the battery. Oh well. There's just so much salt water here. I guess this is what I get for playing on Oceania. Wait, no gas output? Oh, okay. I thought I'd be smart enough to set up that, but apparently not. I'd forgotten. What's this little boy? Unfortunately, I fear that he will not survive and that he will not leave any offspring. And yeah, that's a shame, really. It would be so fun if I just had an eternally stuck poker shell here. Maybe putting glass around it would let him escape. So now that the containment that he has right now is as good as it gets. See, is that the correct setup? I believe it should be. But let's just see. This is the core. This block is all the way up. Hang on, yeah, I took above, so this is a top. And yep, it works correctly. Although I don't really want to open this pocket just yet. Oh, JC seems to be happy. That's nice at least. Ooh. Now here we see a custom flow setup I created a little earlier. Although I don't think I'm going to take in more duplicates just yet. And also, oh no, this is Cosmo? Yeah, that's probably Gosman, the base build. I mean, that's the only solution I can see. And that will also mean that you can have duplicates of duplicate setups. Okay. gonna need this anymore, so just destroy these. And just dig up this one. We need all the cooling power we can get down here. And there is only a little more hydrogen up here. So they could release these small pockets, but they wouldn't give a substantial amount. So I think I'm just going to move the entire setup somewhere else, possibly in here. There is quite a bit of hydrogen here. And the moment I open this, all of this is going to flow down. Some will spill in here and some will spill down here. Should be enough, so I think I'll allow them to dig it up. Then we'll see what kind of oh, this is a geyser. Actually, it's actually called a vent, these guys. But you know, volcano is already taken. Wait, didn't I find a flat one? What did I call that one? But I can't find it. So I guess I didn't find it. And that's a volcano. It's a vent. Same with that one, and also a vent. Actually, did I check what this one was? That's a vent. Also need to open the way in there so that I can actually start scouting it out. And now these two are up and running. I think once I've garnered a significant amount of hydrogen in here that I'll just seal off the exit. Oh yeah, it's this. I forgot about the current choice of air production. It's a mess. And I guess this was supposed to be the Sunny Shell pit. But with that in mind, I'm going to have to keep it an open pit, as I've tested the Sunny Shell functions on not the save, and it doesn't work as well if you tame them. Because although you get more eggs and in turn you get more Sunny Shells, you also have to feed them, and well, at least at the point where now I have no stable source of food for them. I could feed them slime, but due to the large amounts of slime lung, I'd rather not. So I'm going to have to find another stable source. If well, as we can see here, we are getting mealwood seeds, but it's slow, and even using the Paku, the polluted dirt we get is not enough to feed these guys. Because if I don't remember incorrectly, they eat what, 70 kilograms a cycle? Yeah, they do. And in which case I'd have to feed these guys one Paku could be enough for one poke shell, but that would mean I'd have to feed it 140 grams of algae. And if I'm not entirely wrong, there isn't really a source of infinite algae. Except reduce of slime, which in turn I could have just fed directly. Although using a unnecessarily complicated puffed system, I guess I could use the create just a chamber where I pump out the polluted water after distillation, use that to create more slime, and then more algae. I'm uncertain the amount of micromanagement I would need to perform on that, but that is a possibility. Because for most of my systems this time I want most of my systems to be more or less self-sufficient and self-running. And I didn't want this to happen, but unfortunately it did. Please remove this. Ish. Luckily it doesn't seem like it's affecting these plants just yet. But it most likely will. Now this I need more hydrogen. Technically I also need more wastewood seeds in order to make it more effective, but I don't want to shatter the barrier. And there isn't really anywhere else I feel confident in taking it from. See, this is now no longer, well, first of all, it's not in a sterile atmosphere, and second of all, it's no longer the freezing, or wait, is it deep freeze? Distant. Hang on, now I'm confused. Is it different from item to item? Does the database tell me anything about this? I'm going to have to check. Deep freeze. Oh yeah, that doesn't spoil. Deep freeze. Oh, it seems like everything has the same deep freeze value. Okay, most spoilable items have the same deep freeze temperature, but some have their own. Okay. Or some, it seems to be only the sleet wheat grain for now. Ah, abort seed, fantastic. Even though the puffed seeds would also have been great, I think I'm going to have to stick with that for now. And I think I'd rather have the warts close to the doors, so I'll wait till this is filled up and then remove the leather. Who said you could be dressed? I don't have time for this. Also, you didn't mop it up. Now, hopefully this is like, it's really like just jumping back and forth, but hopefully it stays cold enough, at least until I get the storage system up and running. Hot polluted oxygen vent. Okay. Simply to say, I probably won't be using this anytime soon. Now I guess I'll have to check out the other vents, or the vents, which is this one and this one. And none of them have like easily designable paths, so I'm not entirely certain which way I need to go, or should go to get to them. So we need to go in from this side in order to avoid activating it. And this abyss light barrier isn't too problematic to open, so I think I'll do that. In here and dig this path. That should work. Yep, a little more hydrogen. Now we soon have the double layer up. And if I want more ward seeds, I guess I could dig out the buried object spaces around. But they aren't all too accessible. No. So it might not be worth spending time on that. These guys seem to be having fun. Hydrogen. Yeah, there's no point in emptying it. There's no more hydrogen to exploit, except now I fear that removing this barrier will sweep the salt water down so that it won't continue to grow, and I can't risk that. So, I stopped because of a sand collapse. More hydrogen, yeah, that was the thing I was talking about. Nah, I'm going to have to open the out here and here to let the hydrogen up. The beautiful vault seed. Unreachable yet so tantalizing. Everyone seems to be busy around. I am getting distressed, that is kinda important. So the sleet wheat grains aren't deep freeze because it's above 10 degrees. And it's getting that small amount of hydrogen we're still missing is annoying. Actually, we could do this, I suppose. Do this. Finish up that building. And assuming it's not overpressure there, we'll be able to release at least some small amounts of hydrogen. Although I'm going to have to work a little more on the power system. Barely able to keep up here. I have to cut that off. Of course, now it's too much. Well. Guess we'll do it this way around instead. I felt a sneeze coming over me there, not pleasant. Yep. Food has decayed. Up. It's sick. Unfortunately. It's the way the cookie crumbles. Soon we'll have unearthed this geyser and hopefully it's something useful. It's a carbon dioxide vent. Safe to say that's not particularly useful. Not so far. I haven't gotten a single geyser or vent that I actually need. At least not from nothing like this natural gas geyser. I'll be able to use that later on. But at the same time, I feel like there was another one someplace near. Ah, here it was. So we have 2 of those. That's a bit more than I really need. Like 1 is enough to... more than enough to feed the... gas range. So I don't really need to have it. Now... I mean, it's quite clear the problems I am encountering here. Where will all of this salt water flow? If I remove these and this, I might be able to redirect the salt water down the correct path. Also, opening up more water weeds, which is good. I also have to open up this path. Because the hydrogen didn't flow the way I had anticipated. Unfortunately. Multiple people are idle? That doesn't seem right. There's so much for you to do. Now I can open up this, because now there's a little more hydrogen in the works. Avoid overflow here. And also, please mop up this mess. It's so confusing when it says ceiling collapse so many times, and it's not really that. It wasn't really a ceiling collapse, it was just a little smidgen of sand falling down right in front of you. Like, it was obvious that was going to happen. And actually create them out of granite just to make it a little shorter delivery distance. Now we should have now we should at least have enough room. To just release all the excess salt water. Just need more hydrogen. Like, the annoying part that I want to create a SPOM as a source of power and oxygen. However, a proper SPOM that I wish to create would require me to have access to preferably a polluted water vent, or even a polluted slush vent. In that case, I could get either just regular 30-degree water, or I could get special negative 10-degree water. So you know, I need to get that. There. Yep, they're not looking for granite, are you? I mean, if you were, you wouldn't have gone downstairs, right? No, it's for different reasons. And these. I wish these guys weren't so dependent on the massage tables, but at the same time, it is my fault for creating a overpressurized environment. And how do you like this? Both actually. Open that path and then we can make a staircase up. Bum 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 bum. 16 is over here. Nothing more I can see to use. There is something here. Either a volcano or a vent. Power production is way too low. We're going to have to install another jumbo battery and a manual generator. And also research focus, I guess I should focus on something soon. The smart battery is in general useful, but whether it's something I need right now is another question. Because there's nothing that immediately springs to mind that I require just now or in the all too near future. Steam turbine would be great at some point, but I'll need steel. So that won't work. I guess I can take the jumbo smart battery, I mean, just to lose a little less energy per cycle. No. This hatchling setup. Is that going to work? Oh. Also build this wall to just this tip. You know, just make a whole bunch of changes to avoid as much salt water from entering my main area as possible. Hydrogen. No, don't need more duplicates just yet. At some point I should move as many of these poker shells down here as possible. Now, of course, the only issue would of course be that, oh, how do we get them to drop off here when it reaches, I don't know, 20? Well, I have a solution to that actually. I have to create like an empty gap here. And then also here. I essentially need to make like an area where I'm able to put down the poker shells without the poker shells actually being able to escape themselves. Which is essentially something like that. And then we hook it up to I don't know, make it manual, like we use a singular switch. And cover it up with doors and blocks just to make it a singular room. That way we'll be able to drop off the critters, and as soon as these are gone we can just open the door, drop them straight into their new habitat. Alternatively, we can also just set up a similar system and move them as eggs, but you know, that's not as fun. Although I will definitely use it to move eggs when I get more of those. I won't be able to catch that small sweep of hydrogen. That's lost cause, no point in getting in a fuss about. The general pressure is just way too high. The kilograms, that's rubbish. Anything above 4 and my people suffer. But I need to find a way to fix this. And also prepare a way over here. Find out what that vent is and see whether or not we can use it. Another one! Like this. Just the same type of like vent as all the other ones I found so far. I mean, with this, the likelihood of me actually finding a chlorine vent is pretty high. Unfortunately, the chances of me finding geysers that I actually need are pretty low. And that's a problem. Nothing more. Too much salt water all around. Considering it's at the top, it's no point having that just run for a while either. But actually, it might be slightly more. No, I don't think so. I'd rather just fill up this area with more hydrogen. And also I guess I can use temp shift plates to move the heat a little faster. Probably a wise idea. And I could probably just move this. They won't be using it as it's flooded. Keep the door closed. And you know what? Get a smart battery. Let's see here. Let's try to block off this area. Hopefully with the least amount of poker shells on the wrong side. But those morons. There we go. Wait, they're still able to jump gap. Please destroy it before they jump. Good. Well, this boy could just be wrangled. It isn't worse than that, I suppose. And, you know, while we're on it, wrangle all of these guys. Move them straight into the hellish creature drop-off point. Now we're filling the saltwater pool again, and it's just a disgusting amalgamation of polluted water, salt water, and brine probably somewhere. Tasty. Makes you just want to stick a straw into it and slurp it all up. And when my duplicates have the time, they can start wrangling these guys and then go to sleep. Okay. Where were the... I haven't researched those yet, have I? Yeah, I have. Yeah. I guess setting up a fire pole would be wise, but I can't have it on either side fully free without breaking something. Okay, good. Good you decided to take care of that. But at the same time you could, like, finish off these ones. actually make it possible to capture the rest. We need all those guys. Ugh. What are you going to do? Get the creature? Yep. No. They've been built, yeah. Did you drop it? Yeah. 3 lava eggs, probably the best again. Don't want duplicates. Oh yeah, there's... No. Oh wait, more ice? Hopefully there's no leak there as well. Oh my... again? Like, even if that is a cool steam mat, I won't be able to make efficient use of it. Because they suck. Like, if I'm going to make a good base, if they don't give me the fucking either polluted water vent or the cool slush vent, I'm fucked. There's no way for me to create a simple and effective spawn. It's like, sure, I could clean this saltwater gas, it's still 95 degrees. Still too hot. Or, nah. In a sense, I guess it wouldn't technically be too hot, because the electrolyzers do destroy, they do like create just 70-degree gas anyways, so I don't remember what the tip-off point was before you started to actually create heat again, but most heat is just destroyed up to a level. The only problem is that I don't like to work with high temperature materials, but that is hardly something I can be picky with in this situation. Now it's just that, you know, there's so much salt water. Let's research the desalinator, because there's something I gotta check with it. If it requires a duplicate to use it, that's a problem. If not, we can work around it. So now we have others. You're losing. Blur. Where are you losing these guys? I'll probably just place down in the regular spot. Have a trip. Wait, what? You're telling me I can't force creatures to fall down? Fantastic. Okay, that just gives me a completely different scenario. I have to fill this up and then destroy the door. That way he will actually fall. And also I wish you guys actually did stuff. I feel like you don't do much towards the end of the day. And that's annoying. No one is sick, the park is working fine, get some free meal wood. Germs. Germs everywhere. I mean, the germs here won't be an issue once we get the sunny shell, because the sunny shell actually eat the germs in the water. I swear, if you guys don't get up there and wrangle this guy, what's the priority on this one? 9. I should be doing it, essentially. Focus on filling this small torture chamber first. And make sure you do it quickly. Okay. If you are not there to pick up that guy, you mother... You're the worst. Where are you? Oh. There's problems with breathing due to the blockage. Oh, for the love of God, can't you just carry these guys somewhere? Oh my, useless. Just deliver it. I will set on yellow alert if you do not. I'm getting tired of this. Yeah, you forced my hand. Although I actually know that's... I'm stupid. Once the door was open, they couldn't deposit them there. That's why they weren't doing it. Oh, I hate it when it turns out it was my own stupidity that was failing me. Just please don't drop them. Okay, everything seems fine so far. And once you've picked up these guys, you can get back to work. Or just do it right now, I guess that's also a possibility. You know what, you do you. I always head back before they're done doing what I want them to do. Although that's currently largely due to the fact that I haven't exactly designed a good base. So close to just grabbing it, but no. The evening came. Yep. You are old. You have not laid an egg yet. I unfortunately doubt that you will. I guess I'm just going to have to make a new attraction at some point. upgraded the desalinator. Let's see. It... Okay, it doesn't mention... Like, I'm pretty sure... I think at least these machines that require duplicates to work them say that they require duplicates to work them. Actually, no, they don't. Hopefully the database will tell me. Desalinated. No, don't tell me anything. So what does it say? It's about decent heat generation. Quite a bit of power drawn though. I guess hooked up to a SPOM, it might be able to be self-sufficient. Let's hope. It's another carbon dioxide vent. This isn't good. I'm also going to have to dig up there. This is a safe space to enter. Slightly higher priority on these ones. I actually want to be able to see whether I have any useful vents or if they're all going to be garbage. I don't really want to have to use the cool steam vent. And also actually it emits steam, so it might just be wiser to use the saltwater geyser. Because it was saltwater can be refined into mostly water, and considering the amounts of machinery I've used before, the SPOM should definitely be able to tackle a constantly running desalinator. Although I need to hook it up to a water battery so that I'm certain I do not run out of water when it's dormant. Also, I'm going to have to create a pretty heat safe area so that it doesn't leak everywhere, whilst still staying in touch with the regular design. Well, shouldn't be too difficult, I guess. Probably should just start designing this bomb. The base living structures will go, I think, here and now. Okay, it's a bit annoying to have it on this side of the residential area, but yeah, I'll have to live with it. So we take the just look at this first. We have a ladder going here, and thus another complex in here. And constructing it like this, we get it to be a part of this small shape, could expand it to the entire. Okay, it's on a little less than half of the time. That means I should be able to run a single desalinator 100%. Although I could at a later point consider upgrading it to 2. Now the pump could go like this. And going by that design, we could further expand other living. Yeah. I have a plan there, just need to get to work on it. And then I'll probably build like the rest of the SPOM above it. So, because I could start. Yes. This will definitely be the size. This will be cleaning. Optionally, I could probably should just set up another desalinator just in case. And then make some sort of fancy circuitry to decide whether both of them are running or one, or just have them both potentially running. At least it'll halve the processing time or processing power, doesn't really matter. Then hook this all up to a series of liquid reservoirs. They about this many. And if need more, I really should not need more. I need to prepare wear out, so open there, create a ladder, dig these at a slightly higher priority. Now you can still walk around, I guess. Although not for long, I suppose. Hit the nail on the head there. Like, you have access to granite, right? Try to take a little better care of yourselves. I really need you guys alive. And just to know, there's, unless I should decide that in addition to like the regular water battery, that I'm also going to create a pool. Unless I do that, I won't be requiring those mesh tiles. And I don't think I should plan on doing that to begin with. And I'll just use regular tiles here. Salt water is about to erupt. I, I don't want to mine the beach stone, but I can't really just let it be either. It's in the way. So how I'm going to have to access around here for the beginning. And I should analyze it just to let you know when it's active, when it's not active. But that would mean essentially putting one of my duplicants in the middle of it, and they will die. Or start to die because it's too hot in there for them. And I really don't want to make hazard protection just to protect them from that. So instead I'll just make the setup, run it, and the moment it goes dormant, I'll crack open the top and start to investigate the insides. So the output will be here, split it into two, have the two outputs go together. And then create a loop. Here. And then the last one will go up and into the SPOM. Right, a printable dirt. You're focusing on this instead of up here. Up. A steam vent. You know what? Actually, would be useful later on with the steam turbine. It's a bit of an annoyance to set up, but it's useful. Whilst everything else. Polluted oxygen. What is its specific heat capacity? 1. It could be used to somewhat heat up water to steam, but it wouldn't be efficient, unfortunately. Focus ever so slightly on this, do not plug it. I guess you also need to focus on the way to get there. Oh yeah, these guys aren't too happy. Wait, hungry? Hunger shouldn't be a problem at that point. I hope it's not because they confined you. You're not pets. Just let's make that clear. I won't be feeding you. You find food, you eat it. If not, starve. Although I can see... How are these guys going? They're pretty much guaranteed... No, well... They're quite likely to lay Sunny pinch row. And now we're... bunch of critters. The chlorine isn't good. Nice. I want it kinda gone. And probably should set up a secondary layer, especially considering I'm actually going to be utilizing this one. Now you should be able to go up there and work. This one has to go. I can... I mean, at one point, possibly as quickly as possible, I'd like to upgrade into the refined cables, and I think I'll just have that started right now. Because like this whole system is going to draw more than 1000 watt at full capacity. So I wouldn't feel safe having it run on the single normal cable. And I wish I could have pumps overlapping with the ladders. Would make it so much more simple. Unfortunately, that's not the case. You expect me to do a little more planning. Also, I should probably just quickly hook it up so that I can see whether or not it needs to be manually run, because if it needs to be manually run, change everything, every single pipe out for insulated, and completely insulate this part from the rest. Make it so that in the only the worst case scenarios would I have to crack open the casing and walk inside. Because that's this. Gas pipes are an incredibly inefficient way to cool down an area, because they only carry packets of 1 kilogram, meaning hydrogen, I believe, is the best practical gas to use, and you would only get a measly there's a small amount of heat you can essentially capture and carry with that. Meanwhile, with the water packets or the pipes, essentially most liquids have at least 2, so it's about the same as hydrogen. Not to mention they're in packets of 10 kilograms, so a lot better to cool with. But cooling down with pipes is difficult when you also have pipes running here. So unfortunately that's not a possibility. Now how's it going here? Yeah, well, it's not efficient. And the refrigerator is full. That's definitely great. Just what we want. I mean, I should have another one, shouldn't I? Is there an area with a... On the question whether there is an area with a significant amount of hydrogen, the answer is yes. Here it is. Set up that one and the gas pipes. This is only a 6th priority, so get it done at your own leisure. prioritize the saltwater plant. I'm gonna just set everything here to 6 priority. Ah yeah, the conductors are gone. In that case, I can start planning out. Okay, that's all of these parts. I'm definitely going to run the cable outside. And I can just hook it up with a regular 11-volt wire for all intents and purposes. Oh, that... nice. Actually, turn this into 7 priority now. Actually, just make everything that's part of like the test skeletal tests. Make that prepared. Ugh. And then hook it up to a jumbo battery. Actually, somehow you got hypothermia, so you know what, just stay in there, I guess. Heat yourself up a little. We doing okay, I guess. I want to create a SPOM, as I am currently working on here, creating the water for the SPOM, but unfortunately this seems to be the best option we have for a permanent water source. All the other things I found are geysers, outputting at about 500 degrees, so currently not viable sources. Now, apart from that, we seem to be doing generally fine, trying to cool down the food with Weeswarts, which isn't the most effective way, but I kinda wanted to avoid the aqua tuners. So I'm just hoping it works. Okay, it's... you know what, cancel analysis for now. Just focus on finishing the pump. Everything seems to be cool down here still. Probably should just seal this area off. Let it work in peace for 50 soul cycles. And then come back when you need it. Because wild plants are the best source of food. Because you don't have to take care of them. Okay. Now we'll be able to see if this is going to be a problematic setup or a acceptable one. Okay, they seem to be... oh. They have an out... I need gold amalgam. Was a bit too hot in there, it seems. How many places have I cracked open a source of gold amalgam? Here. Replace the pump with one of gold. Now luckily, as we can see, they do actually work even with without intervention, although I guess salt is just something we're going to have to empty out at some point. Simplest thing would probably be to use the auto sweepers if they work, but that is an if. Now I guess we can go to designing the SPOM. So now it was to remember the SPOM layout. Counting this as the bottom floor. Okay, we can use iron. 6 pumps here. 2 tiles, 2 manual airlocks. Was it like this, I believe? I don't have enough resources. I have researched electrolyzers. But I don't have enough. Okay, I don't have enough metal to start making the SPOM. Still some copper around. Wunderbar. There is... This is about outside reach. These... All of this can be mined. Oh. And... now we fill it with electrolyzers. Again. Can I get this dug, please? I hope it was that sand that caused this leak and not anything else. Okay. Spom, 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 spom. Pretty certain that was the base design. Now I just need to add in the atmospheric pressure sensors and the water line. Also hook up the general style so that I don't forget that. Okay, so the extent is up here. But okay, I need more refined metal before I'm able to set this construction into action. And actually, no, there isn't enough room. Okay, that's a problem. So I'm just going to make sure that I'm actually following this design when I'm doing it like this. It's 40 up there, meaning this is along the line. Now I'm still following the design and the sign is failing me. Okay. Unfortunately, it's just the way it's going to have to be for the moment. Ran out of horse again. Horse. Well, okay, you don't need to use this one anymore. That's just for testing. I'm going to have to plug it up to the main grid after a while. So, well, first Sunny pinch roll. Well done. Mine out the... We're going to need as much copper and or iron. The top can be open, so for now this is an acceptable way. But I want to fix... Hang on. Jeez, radiant pipes, This is the reason why I'm broke. Yeah. And quickly check the power, use a regular heavy watt joint plate because I don't have the pure metals. Although I do think I probably should change out for the pure metals immediately, at least inside. Outside doesn't matter as I can just upgrade it, but inside it's going to be difficult to work. So I need as much as possible pre-built. Which means I'm going to need to find more iron and or copper. Okay, now this does pose an interesting problem. The ocean area doesn't have any native metals, so I am going to have to look elsewhere. Either hope that there's enough small copper nodes and such to mine, or just excavate a larger area to find iron. Really not the best way to do things. Now they said it's too hot, I do not want to head down there just yet. So... excavate this area. Excavate this. Get all of that mined and we'll have enough for a little while. Hopefully. But start with that. Hopefully we'll get by. Hopefully that'll be enough. Oh, you know, that's 500. That's not going to be enough. I need pure metals, and I mean, for this kind of work I would stick with lead normally. So I might have to just get my feet a bit too hot, I guess. Excavate the shaft straight down here. Let's not pass through the abyss light just yet, but at least get a better view of what is down there. And use that as our starting point to mine for lead. Because it's only this area that immediately needs to be walled off. And even then, this part is supposed to run off cheap wire. Whereas this part isn't. Is this the correct way to do it? Yeah. Now that it's completely full, we should just seal it off until next cycle. Very good. Now there won't be any foul gases creating overpressure. Though I'm unfortunately going to be forced to set up this. I need to keep that running so that I get the most possible a large backlog of water for when inevitably this goes dormant. And ooh. This is some copper. Although due to the small amounts it's not worth to just dip in and take this. We need to go down to the lead. And mop up the spills of those slicksters. Are you... Okay, there's a... Oh no, you already laid a lost interacted egg actually. In that case, I should... just make a room where you're able to breathe indefinitely, because I won't be able to regrow your scales, so I'll have to murder you after I've harvested your scales. Okay, let's check the... This one creates 400 in each of these. No, they're not meant to run at the same time. Okay. Wait. I haven't researched Atmos sensor, have I? No, I have to do that. I can make for them? They have latrine. I can't make a luxury barracks yet. Yeah, well, the only thing they're missing is a recreation room. But that doesn't give an innate bonus, so there's not too much of a point to use it. Please give me copper. Ah, just pip eggs. That's... will do. We can get some work done with that. Yeah, maybe setting up more nature reserves isn't a terrible idea. Although, passing through parks will increase their... What's your morale from? Okay. And that means I've kinda misunderstood how the parks work. I need to force them through a park in order for them to be happy. Well, what's the maximum size of a nature reserve? 120. Okay, this would be difficult to do. But let's just say no, that would mean I'd have to... I mean, I can move this, these guys at some point. It's just going to be a pain. If I could somehow force them to walk through a nature reserve... if I'd known that, I could have tried to plan around that, but that's maybe a tad too late to try to plan around now. Although, if I could make like a small area here, like considered a nature reserve or and cut it off here or something. And I mean, that would be enough. It would just be difficult to do. I can't afford it. Else I'm just going to set up another manual generator. They do well with the exercise. We have food. You know what? Wait, you have meat. Always make barbecue. No, this cooling system isn't working fast enough, especially not when not every single one is in hydrogen. Luckily, I can actually... Let's see. I can actually make a way for this system to still work. I just need to get a better cooling system in this area. Like hook a petroleum loop up to a aqua tuner outside. Easy peasy. Then I'm essentially going to have to move down here if I'm going to use large amounts of refined metals. So I think I'll dig down here and then just deconstruct all automation. But more importantly, make a way over here for the salt water to leak into, heat up, and hopefully make it safe for my duplicants to walk into. And there's a hatch. Move that guy up here, where he belongs. Hang on, you're using sandstone. That's pointless. Like, I don't know, use... Was it sedimentary rock I saw there? A lot easier, you don't actually have to move around to do it. It's just those small changes in how they build stuff that make them so much more efficient. Although I did wish they made the ladder before they dug around the ladder, honestly. Here we are. I'm just trying to... Because the amount of hydrogen that I get out of the SPOM is directly correlated with the amount of oxygen I get out of it, which is also direct, so which is related to the amount of oxygen I use. So, in order to be the most efficient, or well, I essentially need a bunch of tubes to use oxygen so that I can create a bunch of power to keep the system running. And also I'm going to have to create a hydrogen storage, which I guess I can start off with just stacking it upwards. probably the easiest way to deal with that, in the beginning at least. Yep, here we are. Path has been opened. Now you just need to finish off the job. Yep. Just more seen it before probably. Ah, I see it. Okay. Oh. There's something here as well. Well, would you believe it? It's another vent. So far on this map I've found one geyser, one volcano, the rest is just vents. Oxygen vent, carbon dioxide, steam, carbon dioxide. There's just the saltwater geyser, and now the volcano just up. Oh, what's achievement? Oh yeah, entered the oil biome for the first time. Now we're in. And we see the lovely frozen core. Now of course, I will be using said core to my advantage. Essentially what I probably will start off by doing is heating, dumping just a bunch of heat into it, and the moment I'm able to effectively destroy or remove heat, I'll turn my eye towards removing the heat I dumped into it in the beginning. Essentially just using it as a temporary heat dump. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. But whether at the same time, due to its massive size, I could okay, it's pretty big. I could probably just dump as much heat as I want into it without ever risking exhausting or melting the entire core. By the way, let's get these in the fridge. This can hold these guys. Right, the water purification is taking time. I have access to lead now. Or was it on the door? I think it was on the door. And then conductive wire. Now install the first smart battery and let's go for a heavy conductive wire just immediately. Should be enough lead down there. Oh, that's way outside my reach. By the way, how's it going here, guys? Do you want to eat some of the polluted dirt? Unfortunately, you can't. I need it. For later. So that lead used? Yes. It's really lost sight of what I was intending to work on, but I don't have too much of a choice. No, wait. Excavate this as well. There's hydrogen. Just let that leak into here. It's just so easy, and while I'm at it, puncture this pocket. More hydrogen for my cooling system. Who got heat stroke? Rip, I guess. Spent a bit too much time on the oil. Set up the pivot contain. Ventilation. Actually, no. This goes middle. No. How's this supposed to work here? Like this, these back ones just take the simplest path. These take the middle path and these go above. That's how it's going, okay. And then the top one, at least to begin with, I'm almost going to have to hook them up with a sorting system, because for now I'm not using the oxygen, but I'm using the hydrogen. I don't want to ruin the engines. Wide. And create gas pipes out, in, and just dump. Easy. Probably should set up a ladder as well. Get some work done, and you know what? Create the SPOM first, and then you can start running on the treadmill. And I believe I'll run the cable out on this side. Run this past there, and simple enough. We should get this going quite simply. Now I want you guys to prioritize this ever so slightly. Get yourself a proper oxygen production before you focus on anything else of lesser importance. Yeah, we're doing swell. Honestly, okay, some is escaping to the side. That was to be expected. But as long as most of it gets in, we might get to the point where we can just seal off this end and for now, not worry about it. It said that something rotted. Do not let rotten food lay around. We need to ensure we do not spill the carbon dioxide. We're going to need it. And you know what? Build everything. Just focus entirely on it. Meanwhile, I'm just quickly going to check what settings I needed to have on those Atmos sensors for it to work properly. Rodriguez SPOM, oxygen not included. That's the name, by the way. That the full Rodriguez SPOM. The hydrogen is 250 and the oxygen is 450. That was the settings. We can have a hole in here for now. Nope. It's impossible to avoid complete destruction, but as much as it's possible. Oh, yeah, there. And we're fine. No, wait, these guys aren't fine, they're stuck. More slicksters. Look at them go. Just small little guys. Adorable. Where's the problem now? I wish you were like ever so little smarter than this. I wish I could trust you to take care of yourselves. No, it was 450 down here. 450 down, 250 up. Okay, this guy is elderly. Might be the only one that's going to die within the next hours. Oh well. Going next hours, a lot of them are probably going to die. Ugh, the cooling system doesn't work. No. Oh, wait. I haven't researched that one yet. But if I take the metal tile, I'll at least have some conductivity here. Thermal conductivity. So going to need to mop up everything here. It's actually really nice to just look them go once they actually start working on a task. Just see it piece by piece get built up. Piece by piece we get closer to the final image. And of course once we reach the final image we'll get sick gnarly amounts of oxygen. And set up. I'm going to need to hook this up to everyone. This seems right, yeah. Yep, more rotten food. Unfortunately, we're going to lose a large part of the wildly growing lettuce until we get the perfect storage system in place, which will take some time. Maybe I should just research problem with liquid tuning is that I still need petroleum. None of the other liquids are able to reach that point, or not as safely. I guess crude oil is possible, but it has a freezing point of 40, meaning I can at most decrease it to what, -26, which although it's low enough, I actually prefer to have cool it to around -30. Which I mean, it's not impossible. It just wouldn't work as well. Oh wow, we're not having enough oxygen production. Who would have thought? Well, considering this whole system is kind of just been abandoned, yet it's still producing almost enough oxygen. That just speak volumes of the terrible crimes I've committed against my colonists. They're not getting fresher, they're getting probably like 100 cycle old air. Yeah, you're alive to eat meal lice now. I wish I could like deny them food without knowing that it wouldn't spoil. I keep talking about the spoiling system, but I still won't get it to work properly. Oh wait. How long has this system been operating? Could you just empty it first? Okay. We found something better to do. Iron Might as well just put a cheeky 7 on it. Maybe they'll do it then. Okay. Up everything. Just need to make sure we have enough lead. If we run out of lead, we might be in trouble. Or well, we won't run out of lead, we'll just have to venture back into the murky crude oil depths. Which, you know, isn't the worst. I was just about to deliver it, but you got so tired. That 24 canister right here should be enough. And if it's not enough, then I don't know what I can do. This should be perfectly working. Or well. Even though the cooling process might take a little while, like this, it should definitely be enough. Yep, we're starting to... It's a pump, the pumping function that's a bit annoying because it keeps pushing the oxygen back up. But no, it seems... Ah, no, it's spent all the hydrogen. And now there's nothing left up here. That was what I worried. We're going to have to pray that this... did I not... It's supposed to be disabled. We're not using it anymore. Hopefully the hydrogen just carrying them will be enough to fill this room. Or fill it enough. That's also like a problem with like the concentration. It's going to take longer to cool it down to the correct temperature. Because it's only cooling like 1 kilogram at a time. Okay, I think it's starting to push out the oxygen. I'm going to wait for it to stably be empty. And then seal it up. Oh. No, just more pip eggs. It would have been really nice if they gave me another wart seed, because it could have slightly increased the effectiveness, but this will do for now. I believe this should be enough to possibly, like, in a sense, the good thing about this is that even once it reaches the lowest temperature, the wastewater will still be going. They'll keep going till -60, I believe it was, so that if it should be too much, if they end up having, if suddenly it becomes too hot in here, they can just close and instantly cancel out that. So with the Now they have at least a bit of thermal mass with all the hydrogen. Although the moment the oxygen was out of the picture, it's starting to depressurize. So I need to fill the... Okay. Now this should stay more or less the same, and this will just have time to cool down and cool the fridge down. We're doing good. We're doing good now. And like, how much is this? I see that all the power wires have... Oh no, it is that the machines haven't been made. It has nothing to do with the power wires. And I would appreciate if you could, like, slightly focus on this piece. Just so that I can place down the last blocks. Yep. Wait. It was pretty decent thermal conductivity. It doesn't seem to go too fast. And keeping it open would be too risky for when it could possibly drop below -40. So I need to keep the door closed, even if that means a slightly worse heat transfer. Although, it should be... Well, it shouldn't be worse. Heat transfer is based on, like, the worst thermal conductivity, and the thermal conductivity of hydrogen is already pretty shit, so... Couldn't be that much worse, right? This guy is growing old. I need to set up just a shaving station, if nothing else. So that I can at least get the reed fiber. Which... Actually, I don't need to worry about getting reed fiber from the tracklets, or the tracklets anymore, because I actually have a thimble reed growing. So that should take care of that. There. Oh, yeah, the bleach stones. I move this over there and destroy this pump. Do not train these guys pool anymore. I am going to need it. Okay, they're reaching the point where they're really going to need the lead. Too bad for them. I could maybe leave these guys alone to work, but I also kinda don't trust them to be able to do that properly. But yeah, pick up old bleach stone and put it in that box. Don't let it go to waste. Now we burst another lake, I guess we can call it. Each. Wait. How much do these make? Like, yeah, one reed fiber. But assuming like these guys get to be relatively in peace, I just, even if I were to like just shut them off with insulated tiles, I'd get free reed fiber, and that's important. Ah, piss. It's important late game, but flooding. No. Please. Oh, why did this happen to happen? No, it's not poggers. We are spilling so much salt water. Bad. Oh, jeez. Quickly clear it all up. More? This is like outside. Yeah. There's so much lettuce. Keeping around negative 13 degrees in the corner. So, assuming that this lettuce doesn't have too high, it's both heavy and has a kind of high specific heat capacity. That's slightly annoying for the way the cooling system is going to work. But we'll get by. Right? Right? Oh, there. Yeah. I guess that's a problem with keeping the storage bin in and amongst a bunch of angry dudes. Sweep the Barbie. Actually, now I can more or less check the power, cause it's no. This minus 240 is about half. So 720, 1440, 1680. That's the total amount of power this is going to draw. And nope, they are going to have to be on different what's it called? Different circuits. I wanted to use another fancy word, but thinking more about it, I might not fit this exact situation. I can see that they're avoiding using the lead till the last moment. Which, to be fair, is understandable. I wouldn't want to deal with lead. Now, once we've finished off the machines, I'll have them sweep everything, seal it off, and then just have some Porsche run for a couple minutes till we have more or less drained the entire room of what's it called again? Air. How can I not remember such simple words as air sometimes? Well, everything's done except for the parts that require lead. So get onto it. We need to finish the SPOM. I don't know how much longer the geyser is going to be active. And I fear that if it goes inactive too early, then the SPOM will be offline for ages. Which, to be fair, isn't the worst. It's not exactly the power I need right now. I'm just building it to have it ready. Although this area seems to be actually cut off from the other heat sources. But I think I should explore a little more just to be certain before I make such wild assumptions. Everything that remains is just lead, so I guess I could force you guys to start emptying the storage. You know, just fill this bad boy up with seeds. This bad boy can fit so many seeds. Same goes for this guy. Although, no, we can only fit one seed at a time, unfortunately. But you know. Okay, now I do realize that they are walking a bit too far. If they just finish one... Is it igneous rock here? No. Granite or sedimentary. Just finish off a storage container here and fill everything into it. It's simpler, it's quicker, and I can just dump stuff on the ground, it doesn't matter. Oh jeez. Yeah. I forgot these guys are pretty pissed right now. I mean to remember that it was a system to keep the eggs separated. but also allowing the creatures to jump back into the pen. If I can find that system, I should definitely set it up here, so that these guys don't start attacking everyone. Revives incapacitated. Incapacitated? Oh. Just make this an all and sweep only. 9 priority. Hopefully they'll be smart enough to dump it into the correct container. Yep, thank you. Now the salt water, that's another problem. I mean, simple solution is probably just to pour it into a saltwater bath. You know, like here. Everything is going smooth as smooth as butter. Yeah, that's... No one says that, I guess, but no one says anything. I am the only person keeping these dead idioms and phrases alive. Me and my 2 brain cells. Although I don't know how. But yeah. Ugh. Hopefully they'll empty out the resources quite quickly. They can go on to emptying the salted up. It's full. Go down to the granite and sedimentary rock. And it's so that they can start filling it anew. The point is not to get it away, it's to get it out of this room. Nope. Sedimentary rock. Let's see, now I need to check something here. Yes, the regular hatches eats sedimentary rock as well. That's, if I don't remember incorrectly, one of the precedents for there to get a stone hatch. Although this list doesn't help. No. Doesn't define what they need to eat. Let's see here. Close critter egg, dump the salt. As we'll probably just close up most of these. And another printer. Let's see what we get. More meat. It would be, you know, the best if I had the gas range unlocked, but unfortunately I don't yet. And I don't want to start spending the sleet wheat just yet. Oh, the temp shift plate is -6 degrees, so the room is starting to cool down ever so slightly. Which I'll take as definitive proof that my system is more or less working. It isn't perfect, but it's good enough, you know. Okay, finally. They've emptied the room, so... Okay, you don't need to focus on this. This isn't important. What you need to do... Set this to 1. Right now you just need to finish off, like, these 3. And these wires. Like, 9 priority everything in that room. Then we seal it off. Okay. With the amount of wild letters, I might hopefully never reach the point where I actually have to actively grow my own lettuce. If I can manage that, I've... Yeah. I need sleet wheat, lettuce, and meat in order to make the... What is it called again? The burger thingamajig. That is the best food for the duplicants, which is of course what I'll aim towards, because it gives them more morale. But I need sleet wheat, the water with lettuce, and meat. Meat is more or less simple enough to get. Meanwhile, no. Meat is the quote-unquote easiest things to get. Sleet wheat, if I just allow it to grow in these pockets without disturbing it for long enough, I'll build up like a fair bit. And I might have to go in and save this. But no. If it can grow in peace, sterile atmosphere, I can leave it there for theoretically forever. And then I can at a later point return or break open the area, grab all of the sleet wheat, and preferably close it again. Or no, preferably close it. What is it? What am I going to say again? Yeah, preferably like seal it in a way so that it can keep growing untouched. Like, you know what? The simplest way to do this would be to make a mechanized airlock as I have before. Like, now I'd have to do it like this, you know. Then have 2 separate signal switches. This one and this one. Like, I'm going to want this area to fill up more or less with carbon dioxide before I enter. But this way I'll be able to open the door, walk through, and then close it again, creating a vacuum seal in between the doors, creating no leak and no thermal leak. That way, keeping the thing going. Now, of course, as we can see here, I probably should get these out quickly, as the oxygen is tearing at it. Now I somehow have to do this without breaking the delicate balance. I probably should have set this just a little higher so that potentially I could have gotten this to like escape without letting anything in. Also, the question is just how much. It seems that to. Okay, you know what? The best way to do this would probably be to just make a ladder and seal it this way. And then make a carbon dioxide trap in here somehow. Like I have the resources I need to make a carbon dioxide trap, come to think of it. So I have several tools. I forgot about that. I'm going to need to put a insulated tile here. Really trying hard to gas canister empty. I have some CO2 canisters, so I can just empty them here, create a overpressure, force the oxygen to the top if possible, like just remove it completely and then open this door so that the oxygen doesn't. Trying to think properly is hard for some reason. Fill it up with oxygen, no, carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide will just seep in the top. Oxygen will float back up. And then we can close it, and I might just have to remove this leaf over here, but the rest can stay. And these guys are totally fine, meaning I will have an infinite source, and since I maybe have to remove this one anyways, I can dig up the granite and make a ladder down. As long as I can ensure that the oxygen doesn't become a problem. Carbon dioxide is just a fix for most things. Except for something which is like they've added with one of the spaced out updates, the oxygen mask. Because the oxygen mask allows, much like the hazmat suit, it allows people to breathe in hostile environments. However, unlike the suit, when you use the mask, you actually breathe out carbon dioxide. So if you're in a complete vacuum and you use it, you'll ruin the vacuum. Therefore, I just decided that it's not worth it to use the oxygen mask. I'll let them almost, I'd rather let them almost suffocate than use the oxygen mask, essentially. Which just shows how good a leader I am. Oh, there's sweet food. And we're down to 8 degrees. This one is down to -20. We're getting there. Slowly but surely we're reaching optimal freezing temperatures. And more barbecue. That's excellent. Now, yeah, this is done. So, finish off this wall, finish off this, no. Finish off this. That we will be able to get the SPOM up and running. Hopefully. I also have to prepare this part, but just to let the air drain somewhat, I'll just snip the cable and let it drain the oxygen and oxygen till it's at a stable level. What? This... Okay, this system... No, this system runs about everything. Except for like the standalone systems or SPOM system. Everything is working perfectly. Now, please don't step inside the chamber. You're going to get stuck, and I don't want that. Yes. Now they can no longer get stuck. And just disconnect this cable for now. And once they've finished the last tile, I'll start training. Okay. Now the... yeah. We can enable these buildings now. The only worry that I have is that the saltwater gas might at some point prove to not be enough. Oh. Shouldn't you be running these guys? Oh no, they're piped up because I didn't finish the system. Gas vent here. Another gas vent here. And for simplicity's sake, just a gas vent there. Let's just bump it to be above. Why can't I set these to be like 1,000 more than they're supposed to, and now they won't run and I can hook up the cable safely. Now let this just... Actually, it has to run in order to stabilize the hydrogen properly anyways. So this is what we want. That the high parameters to be 90 and the low to be 15. I need to set these to the correct settings. The only problem with the Rodriguez setup is that if the oxygen output is worked as it currently is, then the whole system fails. So you know what? Now is a good time to just demolish these guys and actually start to sweep those. Just slightly restyle the cables. This is good. Wait, do I? Oh, they require gold amalgam. I really need to find more copper. I can't do that. I really need to find more copper. Good thing there's still a bunch left behind because I didn't notice it. Nice. Okay, we have negative 21. It's reached negative 10 degrees. Good. You know what, actually, I don't think I'm going to set... Now this might be, what's considered, ballsy or foolish move. But I'm actually just going to carefully avoid any and all contact with the slime. And since there is no slimeling here, I'll set up a mesh tile, bottle emptier, hook everything up to a deodorizer at the top, and then set up the bottle emptier here, and just fill this pool up. And then instead of like feeding it back into the system like a nerd, blah blah blah, we'll fill it up here, and then later when we need large amounts of polluted oxygen and or polluted water, it'll be there. Might be completely unnecessary, but you know. Finish these, please. I have an over... Okay. Hey, you don't need to disinfect this, by the way. Everything is working fine. You know what? Two of them. This will take some time to stabilize properly, but once this dip is filled with hydrogen, everything should be working fine. And once I can see that this is filling up with hydrogen, I'll start working on the external storage. Oh, wall pup. Kill it. Wait a minute. Wall pups live on regolith, dirt, and iron. If I had regolith, I might consider keeping you as a pet, but I don't. Yeah. And that's why I don't want to keep the shovel. Just mean. This system uses a little more than... It uses a little more than 1,000, so I'll give it 4,000. It's not dormant yet. Or do I have copper? No, I don't have copper because I have blocked off the copper mine with sand. And that's one more reservoir. Copper. Now we can, if this is finished, supply materials and start dropping all polluted water. Oh, first full-grown sunny shell. Yep. Should be enough room here to take all these polluted water. Like, there shouldn't be like more than 20 tons there. So 20 blocks easily. What do you mean unreachable dig? That's a lie. Now it says no power wire connected, which is true, so please do that. Give it the power wire so that it can't complain over the power wire. I feel like I am going to have to empty out this area and yeah, into this pool before I'm able to properly exploit or use, before I'm properly able to use the new SPOM system, because it won't work at all until it's actually able to output its oxygen. And oh no, I don't have plastic yet, but if I had plastic, I still wouldn't really want to use the high pressure gas vent. Okay. Except the Draco is still alive. Although, I don't really need him either. If I can empty this water pool, I can set up a... No. Oh, okay, I still can, so let's do that. So just to be more clear, I want to make a living area for the glossy drakleets. Meaning it will be an area where they'll have access to mealwood. And for now, that's all they'll have. That's all they need. But, this can't be here. We do drop a lot of flasks trying to waltz between the two areas. Now our... Still barely under. It'll take some time before we're able to actually remove all of this. Now the pitcher pump. Remove. Pneumatic door, airflow tile. Copper ore. And a critter drop-off point alongside sharing station and grooming station. Place it here. I think this is about what I'm going to need for the basement. Also, I should just install airflow tiles beneath to vent out the carbon dioxide. Can't have carbon dioxide there, that would be too dangerous. Now here, however, oh, we can have plenty of carbon dioxide. In fact, I encourage it. Oh. Rotten lettuce down here is decayed now. Temperature. Yeah, just give it some time. It'll even out and we'll have a perfectly fine freezer. Now the meal ice I'm not too fussed about losing. Wherever, and honestly slightly high priority than just making me lie slow. Now, I feel like there are some people missing. Oh, that's why. That's it, needs to be just below. Focus on emptying this one. Curative tablets, good. And I suppose emptying or excavating rather large areas could be quite wise for, you know, just initial oxygen production. Make sure there's enough room for the oxygen to spread. And so just a slight hole. Easy enough to fix. Actually, fix these if you can. Just need to mine some iron ore. And then we can. Oh, rotten meat. Okay, that's exactly what I did not want. I don't want meat to start rotting. When that happens, we have a problem. This is supposed to be slightly higher priority than this one. Oh. You know, just reach it over here. And mine out this strip. Although I would not suggest just top to bottom. Just making sure it's sorting correctly. Nope, actually cut this connection. We don't have enough spare energy to run this system right now. Make sure every piece of energy is spent wisely. Can we, like, fix this small pocket soon? Quite important to get this system working. Oh, small little Paku fry. And we're slowly but surely we are running out of what's the word? Running out of water to put back in the system. Too much meal ice, you know. How about I make you eat just the meal ice? How would you feel then? Oh. Step by step. Okay, now we'll be able to probably, hopefully, remove all that annoying oxygen, because this is supposed to be hydrogen. This whole area is supposed to be hydrogen, and thus ensuring that the oxygen doesn't spill over. So how... Oh, we're getting a bit of stuff. What is it? Polluted dirt. Cut out these are no longer useful. What is the problem? Disabled by automation grid. Oh, okay. Are you sure? Why is still way too much oxygen? Switch these guys on. Hopefully, like... I want this gone, so I hope like we can remove this. If it just stays there forever, that's... I guess it's fine. It's just like a slight bit of extra power consumption and machinery. So it's not a huge problem to stick with this system. It's just ever so slightly annoying. No, actually, you know what? I think I know how to fix this. Send a... Let's change... Send a green signal if above. And same here. That wasn't even on the wrong set. No wonder it isn't working correctly. It was on the wrong setting to begin with. I forgot to change it back after my small little stunt. That might be why this didn't work properly. Well, I'll set it to below, I suppose. Try to let this run solo for a little while, see if it works. See if it can get itself out of its mess. It should certainly have enough power now. Should probably be some salt. No, actually no salt water down. No, polluted water down here. They've managed to avoid dropping it down there. Okay, but in other news, I need to set this up. It's just way too annoying. Good. Change construction priority to 8. You can get ranked. Oh, that's not going to work, is it? How did this happen? Well, you should have laid... Well, you're gonna lay an egg soon, I guess. And once you lay that egg, I'll steal it. Intro. Nope. Yeah, how's cold? How cold? Negative 15 degrees. Okay, we're getting there. And the snazzy suit. Let's see. Let's give it the score weird. Might also have to set up like an auto sweeper here. Like set one here and here. No, that I'm going to have to set up 3 in order to make this horrible system work. Well, it's not like I can use this anymore, so I can remove it. And now I can set up 2 systems. But again, nope, I need more refined metal. I guess it would be nice if we destroyed this, wouldn't it? And there's more lead down here. You'll live. Take it like a champ. And on to... Is that all we had of carbon dioxide to fill with? Because that's pitiful. Disappointing. Need to fill it more if I'm able to enter, if I'm going to enter this safely. Now it's a little more while until this is past its due date. More lead. Can set up the conveyor loader. And conductive wire. Get. Oh yeah, probably use the rest of the copper ore we had mined. Why am I so low on copper like all the time? This is something I've used to have a problem with. Now, oh. Okay, it's a good meal. That's something they might not have forever. I probably should take that into consideration when deciding their skills. Yeah. Okay. Take a small sip of water again. No, we're really emptying our supply of polluted water. And hopefully the gems haven't escaped the block. No. Okay. But I'm going to have to reach minus 60 before this is minus 18. I sure hope not. You know, just upgrade the fucking wire. Don't need these, that guy anymore. Probably still nice to have one, but don't need two. Oh, yeah, oh. Need to try to remember to speak the right language. Not just drop a little bit of Norwegian. This. I need to get this out. Get it to actually fill this pit with hydrogen. Take it away to fucking know. But, like, we're still supposed to be, like, okay. Let's check the colony summary, see if it contains that information. Total oxygen produced versus consumed. We're almost all, though, actually. There are these spikes that keep us mostly above. Alright, this isn't supposed to contain crit rates anyway. Sedimentary rock. Yeah. Empty enough. So, you gonna lay an egg soon? Just check. Definitely don't want to steal it or anything. No. Oh, there we go. Everything that's been made at the stations here are to be moved. So whenever a barbecue is made, move it down. Why didn't... Were you just not quick enough, I guess? Weren't quick enough to take it out of the human hands? Disappointing. The robots really are falling behind. Oh. Oh shit! Soichiro, please go. Fucking bastards nearly killed him. Jesus. You know... I think we're going to just make a couple of decisions and say we're not going to enter that pit again. Everything we can do from a distance, we do from a distance. Now let's priority 1 everything here. Except for maybe the top layer and the construction parts. Try to avoid them massacring more of my people. Or do I have anyone who can treat them? No. Okay. Well, time will heal all wounds, as they say. You did not just jump in the pit in order to pick up some dirt. Sense of self-preservation is non-existent for these guys, I believe. I need to figure out what to do with the extra water. I guess it's possible to make a system that just pumps it off towards the SPOM, but it's kind of a waste of piping. You know what, I'll let the gas pipe completely drain itself before I start running this setup again, because I think they're just filling the pit back up, which kind of defeats the whole point of running just that thing. Alternatively, wasn't I supposed to, like... No, I have cut the contact. They just have too much left. Nope. There. Who's fleeing? Oh, Jesus Christ. Butcher, I'm sorry, but you're not important enough right now. Holy shit, that's in the pond. Please, for the love of God, save her. Yeah. Some, please. Jesus Christ. Wait. Of course, the one that was sick was the one that's able to tend people. Oh. You know what, guys? I think we're just going to completely block this area off. There. Good, no one got up there. Like, just build the automation if you can. If you can't, don't do anything. Don't risk your lives. I guess this is what I get for trying. Trying to save my duplicates made them almost kill themselves. So let's not do that. Let's keep our duplicates alive. Although, can I build 2 triad shots in the same room? Might not work since I need a lavatory and such. But if it works. Some people's mop. Hardly any CO2. No. Everything's starting to take a turn for the better. We're getting a stable system. Soon the temp shift plate has reached -18. Now we just have to wait for the rest of the room to reach it. What was it set to get to? Yeah. So as long as once this area has reached -18, we'll set. Food won't spoil, hopefully. And the world will be a happy place. What's that for? Not build it out of gold amalgam, just use copper. Now speaking of this, where's my copper? I need more. Mine. And just mine. Do I? Oh, that was a medicine skill. Oh. You know what, doctoring. You're the worst for that. No. Actually, people are worse than you at doctoring. You do doctoring, you. Let people do what they're good at. Are you completely healthy? No, it doesn't seem like it. Oh, they used the same table. Miracles. Ugh. Destroy this. It bears no use to me anymore. Wolframite. I wish there were more of it. There's like some here. I can't see anything over here. And now that things are, you know, starting to get a little more stable, maybe dig out that geyser, see what it is. Maybe it's something good, but you know, not hoping for much. Building lacks resource. Well, yeah, because you're building it out of copper, you're supposed to be used lead. No, not gas pipe. So this one is, you know, let's say empty enough. Please empty, please empty, please empty. Now the thing is, with this running at the top, it's not going to allow it to fail, because it's still enough pressure down here, isn't it? It's no point in trying to find the perfect solution. Although... it works. It will probably work fine for a while longer. And up, the hatchling egg. It's mine. No. Still... why is there such a tremendous gap here? Although, that's the same down here. Strange. I mean, this in a sense makes, in a way it makes sense, as still air is actually a pretty good insulator. It's just that when air is moving, the particles interact with each other a lot more, therefore exchanging energy a bit more, therefore conducting energy better. But if it's just still, pretty low conductance. Which is why air was used a lot as a insulation in old houses. Like my old house. No proper insulation, just air. Pockets of air in the wall. And as you can imagine, that's not good enough for today's standards. So we tore off that wall and put in some insulation. That's an interesting, at least somewhat interesting story. Demolished the wall of my previous, not my previous house, it's my parents' house, more correct. And seriously, another carbon dioxide vent. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3. The game just hates me. This is in no way fair or fun, it just wants me to suffer. Jesus. Oh. On that little trip I didn't exactly discover more either. This is a volcano. Had it not been for the massive amount of salt water, I could have explored that. No, I need to explore more in different directions, because as I've mentioned, one of the things I want is a chlorine vent. Because if we can get the chlorine vent, there's hope for, you know, infinite thingamajig production. Infinite waterweed production, because the limiting factor in waterweed, domesticated growth at least, is the bleachstone, because bleachstone is a limited resource. But with the squeak puffs that we can get with a little bit of selective breathing and... what's the other? Oh yeah, and the chlorine vent, then we can create infinite bleachstone, and with the saltwater geyser, we have everything we need to grow waterweeds. Then we just need a stable source of meat, which is the problem. Because like these guys, they drop meat. Just not the meat I want. And none of them have died yet, which is made clear by the fact that I don't know what their food looks like yet. Or well, I know, I've seen it before, but in this game I haven't experienced it. How's things going down here? We have like 1 or 2 harvests for each plant. It's going close to stale. Okay, you know what, it's good enough. So here's the plan. Run in, sweep, and uproot this. Where are you going? And hopefully, no. You know what, it's fine. As long as you don't drop it anywhere, you can bring that as well. That's not what I wanted you to do. So, anyone gonna do what I wanted you to do? Anyone gonna pick it up? You know what? No, wait, that's ice. I don't want to mine ice. But mine these 3 blocks and not maybe wait with the uproot a little bit. If we can make the oxygen rise to the point where it isn't in the way. And that plant might also be able to provide. Now, I'm a bit worried about the melting. Although, no, actually that's not a problem, is it? Because these... kind of strange way they're doing this with the melting points, like, in order for a substance to transition from one phase to another, it needs to reach the transition point plus or minus 3 degrees, so the actual melting point of ice is plus 2.4, and since none of the water has such a high temperature, it will never reach the temperature, thus it will never melt. So even though it looks shifty with the drippy ice, it's not really a problem. Which is a stupid way to do it. Why does it look like it's melting so early? I also wanted to drop here. sweep this lettuce. Okay. Oh. Yes. It seems to be more or less stable now. Of course, it's popping off up and down here, but that's not a problem. It's a stale that we left behind. Can't you get all of it? Ah, well. No, wait. Middle door first, side door, middle door. Vacuum. No heat transfer. And down here we have negative 10 degrees. And so it's getting better, it's just not happening fast. Oh my god, it can't be. What was the colony achievement? Oh, oxygen not occluded. Distribute 1,000 kilograms of oxygen using gas vents. Oh. Oh, now. Ah, there's barely breathable because now I forgot to hook everything up again. Oopsie. Now we might get that hydrogen pocket we wanted. Oh, we only produced 5,000 grams of oxygen last cycle. All from the deodorizers. Oh my god, please just fix the fucking pit. It annoys me so much, and I don't know why. But what's pretty much clear is that I have no use for a thingamajig yet. But I can prepare for it. Okay, so the plan is essentially this. Yeah, we have, no, not the gas bridge, the gas pipe. And from here it will go to X. So essentially the way this works, the gas pipe will take priority, sending things in here. However, should something happen where it is unable to fill in to go out because this area is full, usually a cause from the entire row being full, when weird stuff like this isn't happening, then it will take the alternative route, which will lead to the hydrogen storage area. Thus, all excess hydrogen will be fed to storage. And then I'll probably put in like a feedback loop so that if not enough of this is filled, it will take hydrogen from storage and feed it back in. And this is important because if the system runs out of energy, then I'm going to have to kickstart it again, and that can be time consuming and annoying. So I'd rather not that happened, obviously. Also, you don't need to. Taking quite some time for you to demolish that simple. Of course it's taking a while to demolish it when you're taking it apart one piece at a time. Okay, thanks JC, at least you're doing something sensible. I mean, why wouldn't you do it in order? Omelette. And move the... No, wait, this is 76, mine max 20. Set up a bunch of farm tiles. There. You know what, you're not useful anymore. Perish. Okay, this room will host both glossy and regular Drecklets. And then they'll eat mealwood and hopefully only lay glossy Drecko egg. And then I'll get plastic, because... What would you know? For some reason, glossy Dreckos are non-hostile critters that graze on live mealwood, blah blah blah. Their backsides are covered in bioplastic scales. And they only regrow in hydrogen climate, which I am at this point I'm unable to provide, so I won't try to provide it. Once the SPOM system is better up and running, I'll be able to do it probably, but until then I'll have a limited access to hydrogen. At least it seems like I have more or less just stayed net zero food, slight gain over the past time. But of course it's due to like lettuce growing in bunches, and sometimes it rots, that drops a bit. So it fluctuates. Oh my god, it's a deep freeze. Finally. Now I just need to set this, because this one is storing stuff that I'd rather not store here. And well, I feel like it's stupidly unfair. Like here's -20, -7, -8. You know, I don't really need heat that much. Stupid. Where's the heat leaking? I haven't set up any wire bridges, so there shouldn't be any leak. Oh, actually, come to think of it, this is a little pro tip from me to you guys. If you want heat to distribute between 2 points quite quickly, build a bridge. I don't know why it is, but for some reason each point essentially equalizes in temperature. See, this is now -13, and this is well, the bridge is -40, and it's just the rest that needs time to catch up. Actually, this is stupid. Not happening quick enough for my taste. And the system seems to be more or less stable. Why? Yeah. Have this built. I don't know why this system is rubbish, but have all of the fucking have everything gone whack? I didn't do anything. Okay. Well, if everything is gone whack, I need to cut off power again. I'm sorry. It was the output that wasn't working properly. I think. That gas pipe is empty. That's hydrogen. That's also hydrogen. Okay, it can't send this onward. That's why it's currently stuck. Simple. Should also be simple to fix once they actually finish their fucking job. Now, this means that I should be able to just move this guy. This also means that the hydrogen loop around the overkill system will be able to be put into effect. And now I just need to make some calculations. Yes, this is a point. Okay, let's say I probably want to just have a layer here. Because these are slightly larger. This is about right. And then no, not that one. Oop. And I'm just going to set up a bunch of basic storage because it's important to have at least one tank it can start filling into. I don't think I'm going to get too much overkill due to the slow production and slow oxygen consumption, but at some point things may change. And you always gotta prepare for those sudden events. Like most of things, you always gotta prepare. In this game, you should always try to prepare for extremities if possible, and if things are possible. It's like I suddenly run out of hydrogen in this video. Should have a backup, easy to straight or ready to connect up. I draw too much energy. I need to be able to. In cases where I draw too much energy, I should try to split the electric grid into smaller subsections in order to determine which section draws the most power and how to decrease it or what to cut off. But you know, that's often more than people bother to do, right? At least I tend to just have one or maybe two grids if they draw too much power at the same time. Whilst what more is important to prepare for? Trying to well, it's important to be prepared for like sudden chokehold in your food production. Like say you suddenly run out of new meat, suddenly all of your spoilable food spoils despite you having set up a fridge. In that scenario, you could have a couple of things. You could have like a box that is just like completely sealed to the point that it can't lose any heat, like vacuum seal, which is possible. I'll use that later probably. Or just have a bunch of macroot or other foods that do not spoil. Oh, we can lead around. Like, that should be a large enough storage system for now. And oopsie daisy. You locked yourself in. The gas meter valve is one of those things that sound useful, but I've never really found a specific use for it. Printing pod. Cool. Essentially, well, it allows you to say, I want this much gas to pass through, and then it stops afterwards. But there are very few situations where I care enough. Like, if you have like limited amount of a material and you only need a certain amount, then yeah, it's easy, but I feel like you often don't know just how much you need, because like this area, I needed more than I thought I would, to the point that I didn't have enough. Oh, mein Gott. We might experience the deep freeze today. Oh, we are in the situation. Okay. I'll start off by planting these 5. No. Even if we were to tame it, it wouldn't have the time to lay another egg before it's deaf. So let's share it, I guess. I would appreciate it if you didn't let it drown, though. Now, here we see a wild glossy Draco in its natural habitat. The ranch. It walks around, knowing not what to do with its life, nor why it's here. All it knows is that it's being called. It knows not what the machine awaits, but it knows it wants it. And now it's naked. Oh, now it's getting its teeth brushed. The happy life of the glossy Draco, which might not be too wild for much longer. So, we have now gotten our first piece of plastic, which is normally produced by petroleum, which I don't think I've ever used the polymer press, because I learned quite quickly about the glossy Draco, and like, you know, it's an animal. It essentially just lives off dirt. These plants only require dirt. It's the easiest animal to take care of. Why would I bother using petroleum? So that's a hot tip from me to you. Fuck petroleum, fuck the polymer press. Glossy Draco gang for life. desalinator. Is it safe? Actually, yeah, no. It's starting to have excess. It should be able to keep the desalinator running as well. Also, I probably should have this running for a while just to see what it actually does with the salt. I'm gonna place them on high priority just in case they actually need to be manually emptied. Let's see. The amount of salt is slowly increasing. If it is something where we have to like manually empty it, it's not really that big of a deal, I guess, but I'd still probably want to close off this area to have the least amount of heat escape. Although it's taking too long to just stare at it. Oh, actually, no. You'd be surprised, but at the current oxygen consumption, I am not getting enough hydrogen to run the desalinators. At least not both of them. But I have like a... I think I have enough liquid to get me... Oh, it's dormant. Oh, in that case I'd actually want to try to empty it, to see how long its dormant period is. And I don't really want to empty it down there, so... In order to, like, not immediately kill my power production, I'll make a small loop here. Or using a little less water at least. And what's the status now? I mean, it seems to be able to more or less tolerate it. Yeah. I think it can take this kind of power consumption. Worst case scenario, I'll enable this building again. It's just refrigerated. Okay, because even though the hydrogen is really cold, it hasn't cooled down all the items yet. But it is happening at a pace. It is cooling down. Let's see. It's going to have to increase quite a bit before I'm able to safely enter. How's this? Yeah, just running the treadmill to make sure we can actually try to empty out this Step by step. Yeah, no. Let's see. I have a feeling they won't be tame, or this one won't be tame and fertile enough to lay another egg. That's unfortunately the way I think it's going to be. Well, no. Let's see, honestly, you know, I kinda don't want to keep farming meal lice, especially not at the size I'm doing currently. I'd like to phase it out for something else, but oh, hang on a second, have any of you died? No, none of these sun initial fuckers have died any. I just want their food. Like it's just barely keeping up with the production. Not good, not good. We need to keep insufficient. That's just breathe harder, forehead. That's the problem. You're not breathing enough. You're not imbibing enough oxygen for there to be produced more. It's going in waves. Sometimes you get a little too much, then you get a little too sometimes you get a little too much, then you don't get enough. It's the way the cookie crumbles, and you just gotta accept it. So stop complaining. How do I turn you off? Can I turn you off? Is the setting? No, doesn't seem like it. Oh, it's taking so long. Now let's requires emptying. Okay, it does require emptying. It seems like it can most have about 950 kilograms of salt before it needs to be emptied. So it's unfortunately not a completely independent machine, but in a sense it also makes sense. Like the encrusted salt that it's producing must be deposited somewhere. So the fact that it's forming in a place where you have to use a duplicate to remove it, completely fair, makes sense. So it's just what is it? No. Don't want to spill too much, so I don't want to open it just yet. But if we make a little way down and maybe finish up your job here, and we can finally get some stuff done. Nope. Nope. The power production isn't enough to support. I'm going to open up this area and start analyzing it. I should definitely have more than enough liquid in order to last me the downtime. Claiming about it being too hot, are you now? Unfortunately, it probably is. Probably is way too hot. But, oh, it's scolding you. Are you? Okay, you know what, probably shouldn't analyze it in your current state. How should I do this then? I haven't researched the... I mean, I can start researching it. I guess that's the simplest solution. Like, just put up a temporary wall, research how to actually survive those conditions, and we can do it. So it's an excellent way to actually use some of my oxygen. The hazmat suits are real nice in that regard. Main priority researching. Oh, something moved. Oh, yeah, it's sliced loaf. So, that's here. Nice, we have some deep freeze sliced loaf. Artistic expression. Another pedestal. An interesting item, quite useful later. Next step is textile production. No. Haven't died yet. Maybe I should... Like, it's too low body temperature for the pinch of pepper plant. This is a... It's just weird. Like one thingy... Let's see. Just mine a little further in, see if we can find anything. Any useful items, any useful geysers. Maybe we can finally find that cool slush vent. No, cool slush geyser. The vents are the one I currently don't need. No gems, right? Probably should have broken this a long time ago, but yeah. I'll fix it somehow, you know. Nope. Suddenly switched. Textile production and now hazard protection. Well, now even when I get that, where am I supposed to set it up? Like, even though everyone probably should use it, I don't want everyone to use it because that's resource intensive. So I'm going to start off by just making one. Piss off. You're not supposed to store things here. Okay. You know what? Let's put it in a way that maybe you fools will understand. I'm going to set this to a 1 priority. And essentially just have it dump everything into the conveyor loader and then into the freezer. Did you deliver? Actually, that's a problem. You're not supposed to deliver polluted dirt or stuff like that here. That's kinda meant for this area, but at the same time I understand you don't want to get close to it. Because it's a pretty terrifying place with all of these guys just menacingly walking around. But it might be time to overcome your fears. Actually, by the way, how are you doing? Might be able to lay an egg before you die. Yeah. Congrats. You're going to be a parent once again. Ooh, that's the kid. Okay, it's up here, but still. You know. Okay. Stations. The exosuit forge. Place it here. If I'm not entirely mistaken, I won't be able to make a suit right away because I think I might need... What is it called again? Ooh. Me trying to remember what the thing I'm looking for is called. I need copper. Yeah, I need copper for the suit. I don't have fresh copper. Now these doors are essentially just a way to be a picky son of a witch. Basically just trying to force a specific character to walk through the atmosuit checkpoint thus getting a suit so that they can inspect the geyser safely. A whole load of fat and such, but it's important. Also, you know what? Well, you know what else is important? This. Get it built, please. There's too much for me to... Too much I want you to do. Yeah, we have a little fella. Look at him go. Chances are he's going to lay a molten larva egg. What a silly little guy. I want to catch him. I need to have him make more molten slicksters. Or, oh, no. I believe I've tried using molten slicksters before, but they need 100 degrees to reproduce the right way, and they need 75 degrees at least to survive, so just too annoying, really. I have insufficient oxygen generation. Let's see, who's he using the most? Doesn't matter who's using the most. Please just finish what you're supposed to do. Okay. Like, I'm trying to complain about them here, but there's also a glaring issue with this. They are diving into hot crude oil without proper equipment. And I will not be giving them proper equipment because I will not be... I won't spend that kind of resources. Yeah, that's going to the atmosphere dock. Oh. Might not have been enough. Oof. No. And no, we do not have the resources. Okay. I'm gonna check this, see if it actually works, because it's important to see. Take everything edible. I don't know if it's not sending it because it's not conveyor acceptable or if it's out of reach. Let's try to see if we can quickly get this system up and running. I want this system to work. Okay, just to explain it, the plan is essentially just to... and I need to do this. Force all the food items into the freezer essentially. Because outside, it's rotting. That's a problem. Obviously, it's a problem. It did not... Where did it go? I ended up picking up polluted dirt, I see. Oh, food is decayed. This is not my food. But it could have been my food. And that's annoying. Do I have the patience to wait for these slow people? No. I don't want my stuff to rot. There we go. And add table. Add these because, you know, I forgot about these. Yep. Up. I'd say, sleep only? No, you wang. Oh. Okay, this isn't working as I intended. I have to... finish it. Now I can remove sweep only, and it'll actually deliver correct place. And now we can set this on a low priority, and assuming those people are smart enough to actually put it somewhere wise. As always. Now we also need to ensure that this actually retains its... As I talked about retaining correct atmosphere, it's actually rotted. Get it out before it starts to break down. Oh, these people are eating, of course they are. Well, yes. Insert the polluted dirt into the chest where they aren't able to reach it. Just, you know, annoy them a little bit. And our base is starting to look good. We have started to get excess hydrogen, excess oxygen production, food storage is up and running, but I might have to completely rebuild this because it's so ineffective. And we're all noticing it, aren't we? Like the easiest way to rebuild is just to piece by piece expand this way, push the oxygen that way, and allow the hydrogen to take place. Probably what I'll go for. And adding some, you know... Actually, that won't matter. That doesn't... I'll figure something out. But I think that will be the end of my stream today. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours and I'm starting to get hungry, so thank you guys so much for watching the stream. I've noticed that there's been a couple watching like consistently. If you did like this stream, consider following. I will be having another Oxygen Not Included stream sometime soon. Might not be next weekend, as I might be busy, but yeah, there will be more streams. I stream other stuff if, you know, you're interested in that sort of stuff. So, yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream, and I'll be back later. Goodbye.